Hello everybody, Zuki here, and I'm about to start some further playthrough of Endwalker. Alright, so giving people a chance to get here. This part that I'm starting at is returning home. Need to speak with Kryl at the Baldacian Annex. So let's go ahead and teleport over there. Alright. Let's check my sound settings. That should be good. Alright, so here we are in Charlane. And it's time to head over to the annex. I'm just going to run over there rather than teleport to it because it's close by. Alright, so that would be the Ethernet for it, but we're going in here. And time to talk to Kryl. Alright, Kryl says, "Welcome back. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me the day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon." "Ah, perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived." Alright, so wait at the designated location, which is where? Inside the main hall. Alright, over there is the designated location. Wait for the comrades to arrive. LSA says, "Sorry to have kept you all waiting." Ishtola says, "Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy." Carl says, "Will Urianje be joining us?" Hey, good luck with the fishing. Thancred says, "Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. though Lithengel can explain why better than I. Alphino says, the final days, as befell Amarat. Raha says, and we are to escape via the moon? What are the source and its reflections? Estinine says, I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this? Y'shtola says, unfortunately, we have no answers at present. Y'shtola continues to say, if the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solution would be to alter the flow of aether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot, be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarantines could not accomplish. Hey, Janet. How you doing? Y'shtola says, unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorium. Alphino says, there is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarantines' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Y'shtola says, perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Welperites in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Tataru says, forgive the interruption, but I've urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. Elsie says, what is Father up to now? Growl says, there's only one way to find out. Have fun, Phil. And thanks for dropping by.
Order, I say. I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi. and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, for we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld.
Is that any better there, Janet? I've tried turning it up some.
The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, We face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
What shall I say? Take your time or keep it civil, eh? I'm just gonna tell them to take their time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples.
Yes, I did get my new mic.
These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
I'm glad to hear it, Janet. Thank you.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done, that we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Fine words there, Y'shtola. Fine words.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
Alright, so let's head back over to the Annex. Alright, just trotting on over. And heading back inside. We'll talk to this Lalafell here, who says, Kral tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be an exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I asked myself, why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic mortality, or morality, or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Tired of my chambers? Alright. Well, that's foreboding. Now, who is knocking? A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Alright, so who do I think it is? Alphino, Alice, Thancred, Yshtala, Garahatia, or Estinian? I'm gonna go with it being Grahatia. Because best Catboy.
Oh, apologies. I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed. Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be only troubles we share. Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
A short while earlier, in the Alamegan Quarter,
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then.
I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Oh dear. Meanwhile, in Ishgard,
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here?
uh-oh.
Hey, are you all right?
Oh no.
Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
I'd call that an astute observation. Okay, that really doesn't bode well over there. And the music just got a little interesting. Alright, let's talk to Tataru. Skies aflame. Tataru is furrowing her brow in consternation. Tataru says, "Oh, Lithengale, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzed Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once." Carl says, "Ah, there you are." Carl says, "Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzed Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them." Alphino says, "Good gods! Are the final days upon us already?" Krell says, "It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present." No doubt the people of Razat Han are busy fighting for their lives. Alcé says, then we must go at once. They need our help. Grahatia says, agreed. Kral, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Kral says, very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Kral says, be safe out there, yes? Thancred says, let us make first for Yedlamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Alright, it's time to head to Thavnir.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
Man, this is so creepy.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Razat Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray His boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Okay, things are getting interesting. And look at this weather. It's called Apocalypse. Definitely a fitting description for this weather. Alright, let's talk to Owen. Owen says, "Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us." I'm going to turn the background music down a little. There. Alright. Owen says, "I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy." Alright. Just unlocked the Vanaspati dungeon. So let's see if I can get a party together. Alright. So I'm going to queue up for that, and if anybody wants to go with... It's got about an 8-minute queue for this. I'm going to come over here and talk to this guy and pick up this side quest. Alright, looking around with trepidation. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has the town fallen? Ah, your face. It's known to me. You're the warrior who fought for the mole at the Nadam. I am Ogle of the Katayan. It was your bravery and skill that inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they're slaughtered? They're not like the citizens, the Ekis, or our civilized tribe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror arises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare's isle as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankara person the sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I'll see what she has for me. Alright, so let's try to get some of this quest in before the dungeon pops. Ooh. Well, I guess that would be scary for you, wouldn't it, hon? Alright. Ogul says, by the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kinkara was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Kinkara says, welcome to Yolomid, traveler. I am Kankana, and this is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? Lithia and Ogul? Was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Kankana says, is your companion quite all right? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Ogul says, fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skills are likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Chaka-Za herself. Kankana says, I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty, then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and asked that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. Ogul says, what? They already set off. Is our duty not to escort them? Kankana says, there's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. Ogul says, And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? Kankana says, it's an Arxadora who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem? Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Kankana says, the artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yilmid to the west, and you should come across your employer. Ogul says, then that is where we shall meet. You'll find me there, yes? Okay. Well, let's head out. Just hop on the bike. Oh wait, I can't fly. Well, we're still gonna hop on the bike. Alright, Urgul's having a problem still. Let's talk to the artisan. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? But, oh, well, so much for that. Let's go do the dungeon. Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. Oh, yep, we're definitely going into the dungeon now. Alright. Here we go. I turned the background music down just a hair. Actually, no, I'll leave it alone. I haven't done this one in a long while, so let's see how flat on my face I fall. Ooh, nasty thing. And I am on a data center that's across the ocean from me, so ping is a thing. Oh, well. Alright, so we're actually gonna leave, because 2 of the people left already, and somebody screwed up and forgot to put in their gem for their job, so we're gonna re-queue. And hopefully it'll pop a little faster. The thing on my right was a player, I think. We'll get back there in a minute. But in the meanwhile, we'll try this again. Escort. Courageous companion, shaky. Alright. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, being harmed. Perfect! Artisan says, I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by us? I can never say that name right. Arcasadora. I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Alright. Oglu has... Yeah, Ogul has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. Alright. Well, hopefully that'll pop again. Oh dear. Well, we're gonna get into some combat. I better get my thunder chicken out, my chocobo. Alright, let's talk to the wounded elephant man. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. Ogul gasped. What happened? Did you slay the beast? Ogul says, that was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught me that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, but why did you follow me? Alright. We were to patrol? Forgive me. I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. Alright, let's head back. Get on my motorcycle. Boom, 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 boom. And we'll just scoot on along over here. Oh, I should have been back up that way, actually. Can I get right back up that? No, I'm gonna have to go all the way around because I foolishly went the wrong way. There we go. There he is. My colleagues told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty to us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, you can collect that from Kankana. Ogul says, right, I suppose we report to Kankana then. Alright, let's head back over there now. Alright, Kankana says, ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnir rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. Alright. Well, attitude's an aetherite, and we'll talk to him again. Kikana looks at you expectantly. Ready to tackle another job, then? This one was registered by a local fisherman asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check, but these days, there just hasn't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scrawl he left for a name, but he's an Arcasadora and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Ogul says, wait, another Matanga? You could always use more coin, yes? Because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. A fine pair of hunters we shall make. Come, let us speak with this Arcasadara fisherman. Alright, so we'll head out that way. Oh, there's the dungeon popping again. Hopefully we have a little better luck this time. We're getting the cutscene again. Different group of people entirely. To my right, that's just, you know, hills and stuff. All right, there's the people in here with me.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavnir. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
This tank dropped the ball. I had aggro. That's better I revive. Oh, the tank died too. Well, this is not promising. What the? Wow. Okay. Alright, there we go. That's better.
If
Fish.
this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Well, this is a interesting situation. Well. Hopefully we can get a tank and a healer. Yeah, it probably was a player before as well. Uh... Oh, we got a healer. All right. Oh, let's head on up a little. Hey, there he is. Oh my goodness. Alright, here we go. Alright, sometimes that happens, but had some people join. One of them's Rory. Rory's tanking for us. Good stuff. So that symbol there told me that I was confused, so I had to figure out when it was pointing where I wanted to go before I could actually go there. That's what that symbol was. Alright, and again it's doing the mouth off ability, so I need to go where the mouth is closed, and what's right. Eee. I'm gonna get hit by one or the other. Fuck it, I'm gonna go for that one. That one's less damage. There was no way I was making it to the safe spot at that point, so... better to take one hit than two. And again, I've got the confusion thing going. All right.
What is this vile presence I sense? The Horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Alright. And just think, all of these things that we're fighting used to be people. Alright. Almost done with this pile of mobs. Look at this whole little family! Oh no! And now they're all turning into these things. Sadness. Big bada boom. Alright, so now we're to a boss fight. Alright. We'll take care of that. Do my melee combo. Alright, so we want to go in one of those bubbles again this time. As it's casting it. Get in it. Oh, I wasn't in it in time. Even though it looked like I was. I've got to remember my ping. Alright. Alright. These rejects from KFC that we're fighting now. These bellwethers. I do not like these chicken nuggets. Alright. Hey, Boop, how's it going? We're just fighting some nightmare fuel. And now we're coming up on the final boss. Hey, they gave us a hand! I mean... Alright. Woo! Spicy! Oh, I don't want to be on the red one then with that thing going around me. It's a game of opposites there. And this time we get the joy of a knockback as well. Oh, now it's monkey see, monkey do. Which way are they gonna throw the meteors at you? So I want to be in this one. Oof. This guy needs a mint. Alright, I want to be on red. You might be right there. Oh, I want to be on red again. There we go. Woof! We did it, guys! I think you might be right there, Boop, about him needing a back brace. He all slinky and stuff. Alright, so here comes a cutscene.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Ugh.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Well, that's quite the chilling situation. Oh, boy. Alright. So let's talk to Ahawan. Ahawan says, our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. I'll take the coin. None of those dies appeal to me. We'll talk to him again. The blasphemy unmasked. Alwyn's burden is heavy indeed, yet he need not bear it alone. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Magaduda for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. Alphino says, in that case, we shall carry on investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Alphino says, time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alisei and I shall go to Paxapath. Thancred and Yshtala pray make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha, and you live. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduda, that we may share what we've learned with the satrap. Alright. So we'll talk to Graha. Graha says, we shall be off, or shall we be off then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nudadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Alright, Graha's accompanying me, and I need to take care of something. Hold on. Oh. No, I can't invite him to the Link Show when he's off-world. Okay. Let's see. So, we're going over to the alchemy place. Let's hoof it. Oh, still can't attune to that. That's right. Not far enough in the story yet. Alright. Nuhadin says, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? Graha says, we are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? Nuhadin says, I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. Graha says, so the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. Thank you for sharing your tale. Graha says, well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Alright. So we'll head back this way. And take a sharp right. Well, we're going to stop here and talk to Graha. Discuss the textile stalls. So this is Thavnerian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, given that it's just across the water. Not that I'm much of an expert in Corvosi, Corvosi, I said it right the first time, culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days, I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It's thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of ancient Aleg. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. And one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. Interesting. Alright, so Varsra says, forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. Graha says, we have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Varsra says, afraid not, friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Alright. Well, we'll head on over to another spot. Just loop around out here and go over to the other side. We'll talk to this fella. This Tharner says, is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Grahatia says, your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? This Tharner says, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work, when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around, and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone as quickly as it came. Alright. And we'll head on down here. Rodrivera says, sisters have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is there nowhere safe? Graha says, settle down, friend. The danger is past, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? Rodrivera says, first I heard the screams. Then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Merid, throwing people around like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter. Saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. Graha says, that is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you're able. Graha says, I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Alright. Let's see. Oh, should have went back the other way. Let's sprint that way then. Alright, so we're going to come over here and talk to Graha again. Graha says, judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in the Mehane can surely tell us more. Alright, well, let's head over here then. Alright, we need to talk to a couple people up in here. We'll talk to this fearful here. Going after the enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me here. It started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his face in his hands, and black mist was swirling around him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends started shrieking, then the mist comes again until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Graha says, nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who these merchants were? Here says, no, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. I saw Mahel, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Alright, so let's go talk to the barmaid. Rolmira. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Midre poured me a drink. Then suddenly, there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned about in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature. Enormous, ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Mayrid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant Host came to our aid. Graha says, "Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn?" Rolmira says, "I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage." Okay, that's interesting. Alright, let's go talk to Miley here. Miley says, "Oh, hello there. Welcome to Meridy's Maine. What can I get you?" Graha says, "We've come not for libations, but rather for information. You're Melee, yes? We're investigating the so-called blasphemy the satrap on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him?" He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thagnarian specialties. Alright, so what am I going to say? Where have I heard that name before? Or it's through him we met Matsaya. Where have I heard that name before? Graha says, "It definitely rings a bell. Come to think of it, didn't you meet a Kalzal when you first came to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, he ran a trading operation in Yilmud. It was through him the Scions were acquainted with the fisherman, Matsaya." "Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man from what I gather," Melee says. "That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was." Graha says, "Trying times for the head of a trading consortium indeed." "Kalzal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Graha says, "Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kalzal in particular? Please, anything at all." Melee says, "Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you?" "Kalzal lived for his work, and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it can help. What do you say?" Alright, we'll talk to Melee again. Has information that should serve you well. Melee says, Kalsal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalsal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Graha says, Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there? Melee says, I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Graha says, come, let's see what this lead takes us, or where this lead takes us. Alright, Graha's following me around again. Alright, Kama, huh? Oh, I haven't attuned to that. Woo! Alright, let's talk to Graha. Alright, Graha says, let's see. After leaving the mezzanine, we are to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Ask him for directions again. He says from here, we ascend the stairs. And let's see. We're getting a grand tour of the place. Talk to Graha again and ask for more directions. Ah, this must be Yulj. In which case, we should take the path leading southeast. So this way. Huh, another spot to talk to Graha, get some more directions. If we keep going this way, we should arrive at Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Razadhan at our leisure once the crisis is past. Indeed. This is a really cool place. Alright, so we're going to cross that walkway. It's very colorful. And now we're in Kama. And talk to Graha again. Graha says, and this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalsal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Alright. There's somebody named Mati. Oh, that's an old lady. Kalsal, you say? Yes, I know him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then, at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Calzel sitting on a bench. His head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Graha says, I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. He was the same old Calzel, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you're asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in the terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre going-ons. Raha says, rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Okay. Let's go find somebody else to talk to. Nope, can't get in over there. That is a pretty fountain. I want that as a housing item. Just saying. Attuned to that. Alright, let's go in this. And talk to Pariga. Pariga says, could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Graha says, well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray, allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Calzel? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Calzel? I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seems as though he's managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Reveda's fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken to him since, but I assume it all went well. Jnabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jnabaha in Radvea's fibers. Sounds promising. Alright. So that's where we're off to next, apparently. That's neat. Alright. So we're gonna head over to next place. And probably could have used a teleporter, but I don't think I've attuned to very many of them. So we're just gonna hoof it around and enjoy some scenery. Oh, optional talking position. Let's talk to Graha again. Discuss the way of Dharma. Graha says, if I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. Okay. And Graha says, it is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics ran amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarat. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those selfsame horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? Good question. What indeed? Make sure I'm attuned to that. Oh, I am attuned to that one. Alright, but I've got a few that I'm not attuned to. I'll have to make my way around at some point and gather those all up. Alright, optional speaking location. Let's talk to Graha again. Discuss the fibers. He says they're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda's fibers, where we should find Dinjabaha. Alright, well, let's hop on down there. Whee! Shinbaha! Says, and hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Graha says, pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... Jimbaha says, I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you hadn't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. Raha says, in that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done? Jibaha says, very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. Jibaha says, and you can carry our fabrics. Alright. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Okie dokie then. So through this door. Neat place. Alright. Kamala says, this area is for employees only. Out! Out! What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Minerva. Whatever. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrifhal by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing to Manuha. And that massive crate there goes to Zimura by the metal storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Limited time to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starter location. Alright, well, let's grab the light box. And give it to this one. Thread, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Alright. Let's go get the ordinary crate. And give it to this one here. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I'll take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. Alright. Well, let's go pick up that last one, the weighty one. That thing's bigger than I am. Look at it. If I sit down, just the tip of my tail sticks out. Alright. Well, let's do it. I'm stronger than I look. Oof. Bring that right over here. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't ye? Good thing that. Never know what you'll need to defend yourself, or when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. Okay. Let's head back. You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jimbaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late, but generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Indeed. Alright, let's talk to the guy with the veil on. Jibana says, done as I asked, have you? Yeah, he says, if Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. Or is it a her? I think it's a guy. You've done us a great favor, traveler. Raha says, I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. Jabaha says, you both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. Raha says, I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. Jibana says, we did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he, too, transformed. Jibana says, I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask. Ra says, indeed. You knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal, I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair was plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Graha says, dejection and despair. Graha says, you remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomena occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kal'zel. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait! Could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? I mean, yeah? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Alright. Onward. Talk to Graha again. Beyond the depths of despair, Graha is eager to share all you have learned with your companions. Graha says we were to reconvene with the others in front of Magaduda, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they'll have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you're ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Jabana says, indeed, I thank you for your concern and pray you two take care as well. All right. So we'll head over this way and talk to Y'shtala.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Kal'zel was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Oh, crap. But we saw hints of that in a couple of earlier cutscenes.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman. Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors, limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him?
Oh no, she's not gonna.
The fangs! Oh, the screams!
Oh no!
Get away from her, now!
Ah!
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Indeed. Shit and fan.
Run! As fast as you can! Ah! 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 No! Ah! Ah!
Vitra, our people, you must save them. My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
Exarch up time!
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people, as many as we can.
Oh boy, oh boy! I gotta say that one fate, or that one NM in Animos hits a little bit differently after that. Alright, so let's talk to Alphino. Alfie says, we must save Palanca's stand, whatever it takes. Let's say, it says, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Let's say it says, of course, Palanca's stand is not far, just down that hill. Yep, that's the one I mean. That's the one I mean, Ashran. Bombadil. Alright, so let's get down there, just down the hill. But, as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. Alphino says, in that case, this is what we shall do. You, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alisei and I will keep Matsuya hidden amongst the trees and follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Oh boy. Alright, first destination. Ah, looks like the nasty little shit out of the dungeon. I need to do things, some of the same abilities. Alright, on to the next spot. Alright, and let's do this. Oh, we got a couple of them now. And now to get this one. Moving right along. We'll talk to Alisei in just a second, because I need to attune this Aether right. Now we'll talk to Alisei. Alright, so Alisei said, It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Alright. I'll help the collapse cure. Cooling body has already begun to stiffen. Oh, too late. Massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast. Motionless villager? No pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Jesus. Exhausted here. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. We call out, but the man does not respond. Alright. I'm gonna turn that background music down just a hair. Since we're not in a cutscene that's voiced. It doesn't need to be up so much. Where's this next one? You know, as short as I am, I should be able to run underneath there. There we go. Frightened Aura. Have you come to help us? Too late, my family, my friends. Alright. He's a little bit desperate there. Let's go talk to Alphino. Why the horror? Alphino says, are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope the others managed to flee. But if the rest have been turned into beasts, by the 12! Let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. That we might live. Alphino is determined to offer the villagers what succor he can. Alright. I can tend to the rest. Pray, look after Matsuya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go talk to Matsuya. Alright. Oh. This is Uveret, the elder here. He's hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsuya here told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes, struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsuya, do you perchance remember Karasaf and Mevan, the young couple who always bought your freshest catches? Matsuya says, how could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Karasef and Mevan bought my fish and sang its praises. They turned my fortunes around. I cannot say that name. Uravet. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple. One of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still just a tiny babe. To elude those fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. Matsuya says, I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Alright. I'm getting on my bike, since we gotta hurry. And it gives us a break from that music. Oh, it's over this way. No snake. Oh, an aether current. We'll just, grab that on the way past. Alright. Matsuya says the temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worshipped Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they're hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. Voice in the distance. No! Please! Stay back! Matsuya says that was Kesar. Yeah. Kerasa. I cannot say that name. Kerasafa. Oh no, this is not good. I'll take a look. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. I gotta hurry again. Alright, back on the bike. And there's... a little something giving me a little bit of a pain in the butt before I get there. Alright. This is, something. And we'll take out that bellwether. Alright. Not so looking so good there, buddy. This is not looking good at all. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. Matsuya says, I'm sorry, I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. Karasaf says, is someone, anyone? My arms so heavy, and my legs, I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. Need to be with them. I need... Oh no. Matsuya says, Karasaf! No, Karasaf, you must stay strong. Karasaf says, more time. I thought I had. I don't want to die. What'll I do? Speak to him or dry his tears? Speak to him. Karasaf says, thank you. Please, find them. Matsuya says, Mevan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palanka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Matsuya says, forgive me, Karasaf. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Alright. Back on the bike. And this destination, eh? See no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mevan and the child must be elsewhere. Okay. Hostile presence. Oof. That's a bit of business. Oh. And on to the next spot. Oh, dang it, I've got a snake on my tail. Let's outrun it. There we go, it fell off. Alright, so that destination. If Mevin and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Alright, let's talk to Metsia. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them further from the village. Oh boy. Oh gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Maven and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnir,
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Raz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man? These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on.
Estinian here with that real talk.
And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radzad hangs in the balance.
And Vitra, you better dang well listen to him.
We have company.
I am ready.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
Well then, they're getting busy up there when all hope seems lost. Alright, let me turn this back down just a little so you can hear me easier. If Maven fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. What am I going to say? You must try to stay calm. You cannot let fear consume you. You want to turn into a beast like the others? You must try to stay calm. Matsuya says, but how can I at a time like this? They could be dead. They could be alive. Matsuya says, so if I allow myself to be overcome by this fear, I too might become a beast? I am not sure I understand, but I will do my best. Alice says, I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? Alright, we're relaying all that information. Alice says, I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Alphino says, before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alphino says, Alice and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Alphino says, would you and Matsuya speak with Elder Uveret? Pray, explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you're able. Elsa says, we will find Maven and her child. We can do that much for Karasaf. Alright. Go talk to the elder. The elder says, I'm heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? Matsuya says, we found Karasaf, but he... The elder says, say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasaf may be gone, but there's still hope for Maven and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if in your search you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Matsuya says, come, let us rejoin your friends at once. Alright. And we'll get over here. I'm just turning the sound down for a moment, as it's getting a little excessive. Run up here. And talk to LSA. LSA says, I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsuya? Matsuya says, if we follow sorta south, we will arrive at Perusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Maven sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Elsa says, then it's settled. Matsuya, stay close to me, alright? You two take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Alphino says, very well. We'll make for Perusa as quickly as we're able. With me. I'm getting on my bike because we want to go quick, right? Right. We're almost there. Well, it looks like we gotta go around the far side. Wait a minute, am I looking at the wrong spot? Wrong way! I was looking at the quest marker for a different quest. Whoopsie daisies. Well, we don't want to make friends with him. Alright. Village woman. In need of saving. I should resummon my chocobo too. Alright. Let's talk to the villager woman. She says, thank you! I thought I was done for. Maven, she's a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts. And with her child. Gods, worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Alright. Let's make sure I go to the right marker. It's over this way. Matsuya says, wait! Perusa lies just up ahead. But something terrible has happened. The beasts have come and many have already been killed. Alvino and Alice have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. Alright. Well, looks like we've got to go up. Oh, dang it. There's one. Oh, God have mercy. Alright, woo. The Snatcher is the bigger problem, as far as I'm concerned. That's one set done. Alright. Let's see about this one. Another poorly constructed chicken nugget. With a face. And the last one's over on this end somewhere up top. Alright. So we'll take out this one now. I need to start thinking about upgrading my equipment, I think. Yeah, maybe a little. Alright. Let's head back over here. We're gonna go way up along the edge to go around those. There we go. Talk to Alphino. Alphino says, "There you are. How fare the others?" Alphino says, "I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight. In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple."
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can. What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
And that is a truism, all right.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Here we go again. Clearly, it's time to go hunt a beast. Warm hearts and rekindled hopes. LSA is gazing out intently between the trees. LSA says, "Over there! My view was blocked by the trees, but I am sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Go with Matsia and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south." Alright, let's head on over there. Ooh. Well, I don't want to tangle with that thing. Alright, there's Matsia. And our destination. That is a cool looking temple. Oh. Oh dear. Uh-oh.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mervyn!
Don't, please!
Oh no!
No! God have mercy!
Oh no. Alright, Maven. Are you okay? Maven's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death, no doubt, comes swiftly. Aw, dang it all! Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. Down there. Take the babe in your arms if she yet lives. You cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. Alright, gotta take her to Alpha now. Alright, here we go. Alphino says, did you find Maven and the child? Alphino says, damn it all! You have the child, let me see her.
She's so cold, Alphino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet... she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
Damn it. It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way. No. No! Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid!
This is always so soul-crushing to watch.
Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony. The divinity.
Nay, but one who would would deliver thee just the same.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Big sigh of relief.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
What'll I say? I have a feeling he'll be fine. Or he had help from on high. He had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
At least they managed to save the baby. But boy, this is sad. Alphino says, "We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palenka's stand to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Maven and Kersef died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea." To think the day would come when even that smallest of solaces would be this comforting. And Estinian, simple pleasures. Estinian stands in silence, a grim expression on his face. Estinian says, "Are you ready then? In that case, let's head to Palenka's stand. No doubt Vitra's waiting us." Alright. Let's head on back over there. Woo. Alright, almost there. I can see the aetherite. And there's Vitra. Here talking to the people. Alright, let's talk to Vitra. Let's pop the volume back up just in case. So we can hear his words if he speaks. And of course he's not going to talk. Vitra says, "Rest easy, for all is well here." Young Matsia returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnir must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters, every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory, as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Kosef and Maven's babe is a child of Thavnir as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. The elder says, "Oh, great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude." They say that were it not for you, brave Matsia and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Vitra says, "Truth in part, but not in whole." I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Awen as my loyal servant. A mysterious voice says, "Are my ears to be believed? You were the satrap all along?" Ah, Nadana. Alice says, "Nadana! What are you doing here?" I absolutely adore Nadana. She is such a cinnamon bun. Nadana says, "I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palanka stand in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services." Matsia says, "The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Maven's daughter." Nadana says, "But enough about us. You, in your role, are a far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary?" Vitra says, "Thou dost suspect the boy was but a simulacrum, huh?" Nadana says, "A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy." Looking at Varshan's looking at Varshan with the knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people and decided not to press the issue. Nadana says, I had always assumed one of Aowen's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. Isn't it, though? Isn't that a nice dragon? Nadana says, I had always assumed... Okay, I've already read that. Nadana says, it is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vetra. Pray, allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Vetra says, 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Razat-Han, but the star. Nadana says, Far too kind you are, Master Vetra. But the star yet wants for salvation. Once more, while my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this, their darkest hour. Vetra says, 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Razat-Han fares. What will you do, scions? Alphino says, I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? Nadana says, in that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Alright, Nadana says, needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnir? Oh my! That's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? Alphino says, the drink has medicinal properties then? Nadana says, not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and it has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. Alphino says, a lovely sentiment, Nadana. By all means, allow us to assist. Well, she's the right of it there. Estinian says, while you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the Wakeful Torana. Alright. let's go deliver some tea. Phaera says, "Look at them all, lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days?" Alright, have some tea. A cup of chai? Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and my friends, I'll do it. Alright, let's find somebody else to give some tea to. Anybody in here? No. Well, we'll talk to you even though you're not getting any tea. You can't have my tea. Yeah. There's somebody. Vistrid. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. Here, have some tea. This is for me? We used to drink chai together, often. Shared stories over steaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same, for his memory and for we who must remember. Alright. And I've got one more person to talk to. Let's go up and over. Just in case they're over here. No? Somewhere around here. There they are. Weary citizen. Says, wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Radzit Han hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. Well, here. Turn to some tea. A cup of chai. Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we've faced our fair share of trials in the past as well, and no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. For that is all any of us can do. Yes. Back to work. Once I finish this cup. Thank you. Alright, let's go back to Nadana. Nadana says, thank you for delivering the chai. Did it help lift the spirits of the villagers? Yep. That is heartening to hear, indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed, The people we've lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we must have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition. For it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Alright. Talk to Matsea. Under his wing, Matsea is eyeing you as if there is something he wants to say. Matsea says, and I am stuck in his belly. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Maven and Karsif's remains. Matsea says, oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palenka Stand will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she's able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Alisei says, well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. Alphino says, I could almost believe there's a magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palenka's Stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnir. Like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Razad-Han? Nadana says, by all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. Matsuya says, and I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Machiali, and we have plenty to spare. Alcé says, then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? Alcé says, the Wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Razad-Han, as I recall. Very well, then. Off we go again. Gotta go find that Estinian. Alright. Ow, shoot, I caught the interest of something. Well, I got away from it, too. A Wakeful Tirana. Alright, let's talk to Estinian. Alright, Stinky Butt. Estinian says, Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnir. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short time ago. He awaits our return in the city on Alzadal's path. Come. Alright, let's head on into the city. We'll go into 1. Alright. Lots of steps. It's a leg day. Am I attuned to this? Yes, I am. It never hurts to double check. Alright, let's talk to Thancred. Thancred says, it's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what that's about? So Vidra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we, too, should hear what he has to say. To Megaduda, then. But before that, it would appear the word of the Assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Alright, so we need to go over there. Well, we'll go to one of these other Aetherites. That one will work. And we'll talk to this boy. The boy says, are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Vishan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people at the palace. Or from the palace. Maybe I'll see him at the square. Alright, let's head back up here. And talk to this spooked youth. Leave me be! Please! I swear to you! My flesh tastes absolutely terrible! Oh, gods, what are you doing? Scaring me like that. If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in the creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who would lead Razadhan in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. I appreciate their loyalty. Pretty lamp. Alright, let's head over here, and again, I'm gonna mute my mic and turn the volume up just a hair.
Look! Someone's coming!
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
People of Razathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Razathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already. Yet so long as you live, the light of Razathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch watch over it. Over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
One
The
load
sight would have
clapper.
surely brought a smile to Azale's face.
Indeed.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy Forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people, to answer any and all of your questions. to offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do? Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Interesting notion.
Ah, do you still have that flower?
Ooh. Not so.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet, and we will meet again.
Such interesting notions, and things are getting good here. Alright, Alphino says, as far as we have come, and after all the horrors we've seen, There's still much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nadana has said, that the cause of this phenomena is beyond our comprehension? And, if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Alright. So, let's talk to this Radiant Host. The Radiant Host Soldier, it has a message for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Greetings, honored Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency, the Satrap. Brave Scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduda prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. Let it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vitra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid's Main. Pray, make your way there whenever your business here is done. Alphino says, we thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. The Radiant Host Soldier says, and to you? There is someone we had hoped to introduce you in particular. While I'm loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? LSA says, a personal invitation. Knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not. We'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. Yeah, Gleep. Alphino is a bit of a negative Nancy, isn't he? Sometimes. But he's just being, practical. Alright, so the soldier says, thank you, friend. Whenever you're ready, please join me at the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Alright, let's go to the plaza. Alright. Oh, I can't go that way, can I? Well, I can't teleport down there. Because I'm not attuned to that one. I can't attune to that one just yet. I'll just run on by. There's the soldier. Whoops. Alright, he says, access to the Aetheryte you see has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune to the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Excellent! I can attune finally! Alright, I'm not attuned to that one, though. Oh, the Radiant Host. Down this way. We'll attune to this little one. And the soldier says, "Ah, you must be wondering about this place. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Razathan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead." All right. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh-ho! Shirabot says. Oh-ho, so you're the famous one, huh? I knew in the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. The soldier says, "Shirabot, please! You're speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior to our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect?" Shirabot says, "What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally then, for the benefit of my countryman, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure." So, what am I going to say? What is this place? Who are you? This talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. Yeah, this talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. Speaking of dinner, it's getting quite late here. I should think about dinner. Shirabot says, "A woman after my own heart. I like that." "Don't you worry. I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in now. Razathan welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trades and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all of these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma, Ul'dah and Alamigo, Limza Laminza, Gridania, and last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Razathan and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you, specifically. You're a woman of high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself." Lominson. Wow, yeah, I'm getting tired, so I'm stumbling on words. Lominson delegate says, I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned into beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. 'Tis contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved valuable, says the Ishgardian delegate. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our far eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They've begun taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomena's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvos. The Ishgardian delegate says, but alas, that's of little comfort. Alright, see you later, Gleep. I'm wrapping up here really soon. Gridanian delegate says, aye, all throughout allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. Gridanian delegate says, from what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzel. As was the case here, the victim underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. Shirbat says, that's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Ratzatan, we've been calling the first to change, which tends to be the biggest, blasphemies. Gridanian delegate says, as befitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Hold on. Delegate says, our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Elamegan delegate says, aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as and when they appear. At the same time, they're doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Doman delegate says, just so, and it is for that very reason we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength, and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Sherbat says, now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. All right. And Shirabat says, and with that, I do believe our friend has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? Gained access to the role quest for Endwalker. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. All right. At World's End. Alright, so that is actually where I want to wrap things up tonight. So thanks for hanging out. I'll see you next time. It will be soon. All right. And until then, love y'all loads. Stay awesome. And bye for now.